You late. You are late. One, two, six, seven. Thank y'all for being here today. I hereby call this meeting to order. Attorney Brown.
Good morning, Mayor Johnson. We will request a motion to go into executive session for the discussion of pending or potential litigation and real estate.
So moved. Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, we have a motion and a second.
Okay, that was two firsts going on. I know she's second. Commissioner McKnight seconded. That was you, Commissioner Mason? Okay.
All right. We have a proper motion and a second. Voting.
That motion carries with Mr. Johnson, Mr. Franham, and Mr. Garrett out.
Thank you, Mayor. Clerk, we're now going to executive session. Getting ready to get ready here. What's up, man?
She just have our little TV and
Okay.
yes.
As soon as the attorney frees up, we're gonna be ready to go. No, I'm good, man. Thank you, sir. You got some people that's against it because they say there's still too many cats. They say, what they say, they eating birds.
Well, I was telling my colleagues, I've had more emails that were sent for it than against it. I've had way more emails.
Madam Clerk, we ready? We are. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank y'all for y'all patience. Madam Clerk, I call this meeting back to order. Attorney Brown, are there any motions from executive session?
First order of business, Mayor Johnson, we would like to request a motion to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
So moved.
So, Madam Clerk, I have a motion and a second. All right, voting.
Mr. Bobby Williams, Mr. Mason, is he out? I know, being generous. That motion carries with Mr. Johnson and Mr. Mason out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Brown?
Yes, sir, thank you. Mayor Johnson, Commissioner, we will request a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the settlement of workers' compensation claim by Betty Wells in the total amount of $30,000 payable to Betty Wells, further authorizing the administrator to disperse this amount of $30,000 directly to the payee or through its servicing agent for workers' compensation claims, waiving any Augusta, Richmond County, Georgia ordinances in conflict with this resolution for this instance only and for other purposes.
Thank you, Attorney Brown.
So moved.
So, Madam Clerk, there's a motion and a second. Without further discussion, voting.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Brown, is there any further business before we proceed with the committee meetings?
No, sir.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, I hereby turn it over to the committee chairpersons.
Thank you.
All right. I'd like to call public services to order. Any additions or deletions, Ms.
No,
Bonner?
sir.
Okay. If there's no questions from my colleagues, I'd like to consent the following agenda items. Number 1, number 2, number
Oh,
7.
Mr. Mayor. Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry. We did have additional items on our special call meeting, which was an oversight. Can we reconvene our closed meeting?
I will close public services here.
Yeah, that's a reconvene. I call the meeting back to order to address this special call meeting agenda.
Yes, sir.
So, what else was on there?
Do we need a motion to reconvene, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Can I get a motion to reconvene the special call meeting?
Motion. Second.
Well, that's the mayor.
Okay, good.
All right.
Mr. Franum, are you making the motion to reconvene?
So I have a
Okay.
motion and I have a second from the commissioner from the third. Voting.
It's unanimous.
All right. Madam Clerk, the floor is yours.
Okay. Item number 3 is a motion to approve and authorize the Engineering and Environmental Services Department to purchase 0.44 wetlands and 838.8 stream mitigation credits at a total cost of $104,738 from Yam Gandy Wetlands and Stream Mitigation Bank to migrate wetlands and stream impacts as determined necessary by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers regarding the Barton Chapel and Gordon Highway intersection improvement projects.
So moved.
All right, there's a motion and a second. No further discussions, voting?
It's unanimous.
Thank you. There's no further business. I hereby close out this meeting. now.
Item number 4.
Oh, there's one more, okay. All right, I'm sorry.
Item number 4 is to approve or consider contract for 911 ambulance response and emergency medical services with Central EMS. Ms. Davis.
Thank you. Administrator?
Mayor Johnson, I would like for you to delete this item, please, from the agenda.
Certainly.
A motion to delete.
Is there a motion to delete?
Yes, sir. So moved.
Madam Clerk, there's a motion.
Well, yeah.
And a
Mr.
second.
Mason will let him vote.
Is there any further discussion?
Yes, sir.
Chair recognizes the Commissioner from the 5th.
Interim Administrator Dowse, what day are we going to actually meet?
I can have this item added to the commission agenda for next Tuesday.
Is that good with everybody? All right, so be it. Thank you.
Any further discussion? If not, I have a motion and a second. Voting?
It's unanimous.
Madam Clerk, is there any further business before I call this, meeting?
We'll try it this time. Thank you,
All right.
sir.
Thank you so much. This
Before
meeting
it
hereby
gets
closed now. Back
right.
over to our committee chairpersons. Thank you.
I'd like to call to order public service once again. There's no additions or deletions, so we're going to go straight to consenting the
Mr.
following.
Chairman, if I could, before you start, item number 2, Recreation is requesting that item number 2 be removed from today's committee meeting
Okay.
for consideration. So that will
Okay.
be a
A
deletion.
deletion. Okay.
Okay.
So we're going to consent number 1, delete number 2, and then consent 7, 8, and 9. Any questions from my colleagues on any of those? 1, consent. 2, delete. 7, 8, 9. Got a motion? Can I get a second, please? Second. Got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
It's unanimous.
All right. Let's now start on number 3.
Item number 3 is discuss hiring plan reviewers for permit department. Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Commissioner Guilfoyle, can we combine 3 and 5, or do you want them separate?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay. So, Madam.
Item number 5 is to review and implement new processes to streamline the permit process for contractors and developers.
Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is for all the departments that's from engineering to permit to fire, do the inspections to health, as well as trees. And I would like to direct this to the interim administrator. One, as far as the permit department, we got two gentlemen that works there that reviews the permit, and they're going to be retiring here within the next couple of years. We need to do a pretty good hard search and find the qualified people to, one, that has experience and the knowledge I talked to Mr. Delaney yesterday, as well as the knowledge to go out there into the field and know exactly what each trade is doing. So we need to make sure that we find somebody good. We got to make sure that we pay them accordingly, because time would be upon us, and we're going to be headless in that one department as far as reviewers. And I know that they're behind now. The second part of this agenda item is the review and implement the new process, streamline the permit process for contractors and developers. You know, I had spoken with Mr. Delaney about this yesterday, and it was not to attack any department whatsoever. This here is actually reaching out to the departments to see if they could work cohesively in trying to find ways to streamline, to make it a clean process for these, from architects to developers, contractors, and individual people doing work on their houses. You know, since I've been elected, I have numerous contractors calling me with just stuff you trying to figure out I shouldn't be handling as a commissioner. I know that the department directors know what they're doing. I know that the staff is overwhelmed with work. They actually having to do 2 jobs in one department and trying to make ends meet as far as the time within an 8-hour day, but it's not working. It's not working efficiently, shall I say. You know, the first thing that people want to say is the architect, the contractor, the developer, et cetera's problem. How about we do this, Madam Administrator? Why don't we do a survey, use the, Survey Monkey? That way there's no retaliation from any contractor or anybody that signs up and puts their input in as far as, hey, this is ways we can make it better. A lot of times people don't know their mistakes unless they're told. I'd rather have constructive criticism, that way I can better myself. And this is the same thing I'm asking from these departments that's working hand in hand to get things accomplished. Their time is of essence, and as well as these developers and contractors as well. So I'm asking, one, put a process in place so we could streamline, but it's going to take all the departments together to work together. And let's do a little survey on how we could better become more efficient, shall I say. Anybody else want to add? I know I'm not the only one that's getting these phone calls.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Guilfoyle. Let me chime in a little bit here, and then I'll give it to Commissioner Garrett. But one thing that, and I've talked to Director Delaney about this, and I know we're working on like a workshop in some areas and things, but you're definitely right on the pay aspect where what we're paying baseline, it's very low considering the other markets and kind of what they're coming into, and then they're basically getting the training, then leaving us to go to a higher paying job. So we definitely have to rectify that situation, and I'm not sure that situation can wait until the next budget year because of the amount of workload that they are having. I love the idea of getting the feedback from the community because I think I too have gotten these calls where they might compare other municipalities, but we don't know the municipality's workload compared to our workload. I think that I will defend our departments a little bit on the 30-day aspect of like, but I know that we consider to say we have 30 days where I feel like that we could get it back quicker than that, than just saying, hey, you have 30 days to like rectify this situation. That's what state guideline is, and that's some of the frustrations that I get from some of the developers. And as far as like the streamlining process, I totally agree. We've had the conversation up here like last month about how different departments on different systems and different things and not being on the same sheet of music. So we definitely, I think, need to work on that. I'm going to go to Commissioner Garrett and Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Chairman. Actually, I have a couple questions for Ms. Delaney, if that's okay.
Director Delaney.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Just have a couple questions in regards to your plan reviewers. Currently, how many commercial plan reviewers do you have on staff?
Right now, we characterize all of our planners as plans examiners. So we have a total, we lost one in March, so now we are down to 2.
Okay. And out of those 2, are they divided up among residential and commercial, or how does that work?
Because we're training the first one, he's a novice, he is doing residential. We start him on residential and graduate them up to commercial.
Okay. So I know that a couple weeks ago I got an update, and there were about 62 plans on the commercial side waiting to be approved or looked over. How often is that plan examiner actually coming into the office?
Well, that is a personnel matter that I cannot discuss openly on the floor.
Okay.
Not go there.
As to the scheduling.
That's fine. So in regards to, just the conversation that we've been having up here in regards to pay and other issues that you've been having trying to find plan examiners, what is it that you're seeing as the biggest holdback?
I'll give a brief comment, but Marshall, our chief building official, can further elaborate. Our biggest challenge is we are competing with local municipalities around us for the same people. And we all want someone experienced, but our pay thus far hasn't been attractive. We can't capture them from the posting level. So it's not necessarily that they're not making their way through. A lot of times once they make their way through, we will appeal to finance and the administrator's office, and they will work with us on the salary. But if we can't attract them at the onset from the posting, which is where we're struggling, I think that if we can agree to the salary before we get a candidate, we can post and try to recruit at the level that we would like to see.
And even if we're not able to obtain that recruiting or that interest in coming to work here, is there like a third-party option that we should maybe consider or even look at?
At this point, and I'm going to let Marshall talk, because he's our third plan reviewer, and he did it multiple years by himself. I would shy away from the third party just in conversation with other planning directors and building divisions in the CSRA. Once you bring the third party in, they are helpful. However, you can lose a bit of control. You can lose some of your timing, your responsibility, and the contractual process of how they respond, what they approve, versus what we want in our comprehensive plan. So, but Marshall really wants to speak on it.
And last question for you. Is the 50-60 number, is that typical for what's current,
That included plans that were up for revision. What you want to remember is that it's a revolving door. We don't ever stop. So with that being said, a resubmission is coming in at the same time as a different new project. So there were not 62 plans that have not been seen ever. Right. That's not, so, but there are 62 plans that are in a state from revision to new. I would say about 26, 27 are new, and then the remaining are resubmissions where the architect is making corrections.
Sure, and I know that some of these are some very large projects that are probably hundreds of pages long, and I just know that this can be quite overwhelming, and especially with some of the projects that we have on the horizon. I'm hoping that we can get on top of this so we're not continually running into this issue. I know there's one big construction project that could potentially have to stop construction because of this time that it's taking for revisions to make it out of your office. So just anything that we can do to help expedite that, I think would really be helpful, especially as we're trying to become more business friendly in the community and to encourage more development.
Well, we're wanting to welcome the businesses and the new development, and hearing from you all today, we'll definitely take that, and it's a welcome comment. So we'll get with the administrator and finance, and we thank you for seeing the urgency here, and we will definitely work to get these positions posted. We'll work with HR and finance because we do need that boost and the bump, and hearing your support, we'll go ahead and push that and work with the proper through the proper channels to move it as quickly as possible.
Thank you.
Director Delaney, question before we let Marshall say a few words. Do you currently do any form of feedback, or do you get any kind of feedback when you complete projects? Is there any kind of surveys that go back to developers that there's information shared with your department?
Yeah, some of our staff, they have it as a link. So there's a link that goes out with their email, and a customer who has received or in the email chain can complete a survey. Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Masters, would you like to add anything of the discussion going on?
Yes, sir, I can. When we get these big projects in, what happens? So you say you've got 60 projects on the table. It looks like a big number. Some of them's been reviewed, some hasn't. What happens? You got 2 commercial plan reviewers. I'm one. Mr. Crumb's the second. It's a whole lot of workload right there. I'm in the field. I'm trying to manage it, so I'm doing 3 jobs right now. But what happens? A huge project will not be put on hold. We issue a foundation-only permit, and that's common, and to keep the project moving. I'll give you a good example, the Bell Auditorium. If it's to do a renovation on the Bell, there's an issue with the second exit on a particular room. The plan's been turned down several times. They've not remedied that situation. It's been 4 months since they've known that. So what we've done, we've gone ahead and issue a foundation-only permit while that part of the plan is being worked on, and we've allowed them to go vertical. If we get to the top of that slab, we're not going to stop if it's not been resolved. We've allowed the contractor to go vertical. So we do a lot of things to keep the stuff moving. There's a point to where you're working the smaller drawings, trying to get them out the door, but then you have to settle in on the big drawings, and it takes a little bit of time. But I think what the help would be welcomed, but I think what we're looking for, you need some career guys in here. We need experienced plans examiners. We don't need a third party. We need to get our salary correct, where you can attract these people that's been in other counties, because they're discounting us because the salary is so low. If we can get the salary right, I believe we can attract some reviewers in here. And the thing is, these municipalities, they know them reviewers are valuable. They pay them. They're the heart of the operation here, if you will. They pay them well. They treat them well. They typically don't get up and move, because that plan reviewer is your source for movement up the ladder of the department. If you get an experienced reviewer, so that's where it's important to get the right people in here, pay them, and that could be your career people down the road right there.
Thank you. Commissioner Mason.
Thank you. We don't go anywhere just yet. I don't know if there was a response that was required or solicited from our interim administrator when Mr. Guilfoyle was making his statements. Well, no, not from you. I thought you posed a question or something. Okay. Well, you're going to get back to that?
We'll go back to him.
Okay, very good. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to Mr. Lanning, Mr. Masters, for the operations that you do. I know it's very, very difficult when you don't have the appropriate resources to get the job done. And our responsibility as a government is to be more effective and more efficient in our business practices as best as we possibly can. I think Mr. Masters hit on something that was extremely important for this body to understand, and that's to have those experienced examiners with the appropriate skill sets and a pay that's commensurate to those skill sets, so that the business operation can flow even better than what we have right now. And so if we didn't hear anything else, I would hope that this commission heard that, because that's what's most important. When you have the right people with the right skill sets in the right place and position, the probability of you getting the right results become greater. When you don't have that, then you have what you have. And so it's very, very important for us to, they're doing the best they can with what they have. But as I'm hearing them say, he's doing 2 and 3, 4 jobs out there. It's hard to be as effective as you can be with the responsibilities that you have that really fall on others. No matter how good you are in your job, sometimes some things can fall by the wayside, and that's what we don't want. So it's important for us to give them the right resources in order to be successful. Now, having said that, and we talked about the experienced examiners with the skill sets and the pay that would be commensurate to their skill sets, is there any other thing that we may be missing up here as a commission that would make your operations more efficient and more effective so that our business community can continue to thrive? And secondly, is there any data that we have that shows, for instance, how long it takes in terms of permitting from beginning to end? In either one, please.
The 30-day rule was mentioned earlier, and 30-day rule, it's not our rule. It's state law. All right, go backwards in time just a little bit. State law was changed, requiring you 30 days. You've got 30 days to open that drawing and get your first review in. If you don't get the 30 days, you meet the 30-day requirement, there's penalties for it. There could be a reduced fee, it could be no fee, or the option of a third party. We're meeting we're not hiding behind the 30 days. We're meeting that 30-day requirement, I'd say 95% of the time. So we're getting there. So you'll hear that 30 days, but we're moving it around. The who can go to work, we put them to work, who can't. That's the way we've always done it. We do something that's very friendly that a lot of counties don't, and it does cost us time, but it's good for the customer. We will take the construction drawings in with not necessarily an approved site plan at that moment. We'll come back to that site plan when it gets approved, so we can be ahead of it. Civil plans could be still being developed. So we'll review the construction plan with the preliminary site plan. That way we can do our full review, so we're ready to go. So we may be sitting on it for a month, 2 months, 3 months. Once the site plan comes in, they want the permit right then. I said, hold on a minute, you got to give me a day or two. I need to make sure it mirrors each other again. Nothing got changed that impacts the plan. So we do that. That slows us down, but it's actually good for the customer. They're not, they go to work faster. I think we're doing a good job. I think we're doing a great job. What's happening, we get the plan in, we do the review. 95% of these plans do not pass the first time. We do a very detailed checklist, what's wrong, send it back out. It comes back, I'd say roughly 50–55% of the time, they did not address the comments fully. So it goes back out again. But in the meantime, you know, we got our 20–30 days we've reviewed, then it goes back to the engineers. You got to remember, they're not going to get right back to it neither. They're backed up too. So you're 3 or 4 weeks with them. Now it's back with us. It didn't pass again. It goes back. There's your 90-day window. 90 days is a terrible number, but you got to remember that the inspection department doesn't own the 90 days fully. You know, so it's a good process. It's a full day where we're at. There's no minute to waste over there, no doubt. But that's where your time comes in. It's back and forth a little bit. We offer a foundation only. We offer a shell permit and then an upfit permit. You can actually break a project out 3 times to get to the permit stage, and we routinely do that for the customer. You know, so it's very friendly here. We get builders from out of town. They're very happy with the process. They said, "Wow, this is easy." It is an easy process. It's friendly, but the reviews when we find the issue it goes back. They have to wait. I had a contractor. This will tell you how it is across probably the country right now. Had a local contractor, a very reputable contractor, last week called and said, "Listen, the mechanical engineers cannot get to the drawing. Can you accept the plan without a set of mechanical drawings in it, and we come back to it?" And I can't. So that kind of tells you the whole status of everything a little bit. But we're working hard. We welcome some help, absolutely. And I get the right help in here. It's not a bad process now, but it could be better, no doubt.
Thank you, sir.
And briefly, the data is available. I'll send you the link. But there is a link. You can check site plans and you can check building permits, and it's on the internet and it's open to the public. So there's complete transparency. You can see every department that's reviewing and when they reviewed and submission. Everything is computer generated. There's no manual entry. But we can share that link through the administrator's office again.
Okay, Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, another issue is I believe that the fire chief is inspector. I don't know if he's still working or if he quit, or because that's part of this process in a permit, as well as engineering, as well as the health department. You know, we just got to make sure that all departments that's involved is to be part of this process. But Marshal Masters, Mr. Laney, I appreciate you coming forth and appreciate your responses, and we're here for you. And what we're going to need is help from all the departments involved to come up with solutions where the end user could have it done quickly. As far as the motion for administrator to have department directors, as well as the response from the survey, come up with a streamlined process for permits. Does that clarify it?
And does that, when you say the process, does that include the survey, or is it just a process?
Yes, it includes survey, because the survey actually will help them better streamline it.
Okay. Is there a second?
I want to ask a question.
I'll second it. All right. We'll come back to you. Are you good, Commissioner Giffel?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In light of all that has been said in relation to the process that we have with our planning department, Ms. Delaney, what would be an ideal number of reviewers that would staff and make things a whole lot easier to do and to handle? What would be an ideal number?
4.
4. And currently you have 2, and Mr. Masters, you are actually doing 3 or 4 jobs. That makes 3.
Yes, sir, I count myself.
You count yourself, so that's 3. Or is that the 2, Ms. Delaney?
I would count it as 2 because the other person is he's not seasoned enough.
Okay, so that's the one that you referred to as in the training development.
Right, he's a novice.
So 2 more would give you adequate enough staff to be able to do an effective job.
And train, yes.
And train.
Yes.
And train.
2 seasoned ones.
Seasoned, right. No, we're not talking about bringing anybody entry level. That's what I mean. So those that have already, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you. This question is for Ms. Delaney. In regards to the whole process, I know there's a lot of different departments that are involved in all of this. Does there seem to be one department that seems to be the bottleneck for all of this as we're going through the 30 to 90 days that has been discussed?
We all function well as a team, all of us reviewing departments.
You're so politically correct. All right.
Okay.
You could have just pled the
Williams.
fifth.
This question is to Commissioner Guilfoyle. I want to support you. What exactly are we trying to do?
Mr. Williams, I have been approached numerous times from different contractors, different builders, et cetera, as far as the process. Every time they get to a position or when they get to where they're ready to do it, there's always a snaggle in it saying they didn't comply with this or they didn't comply with this. Or in other words, we keep moving the goalposts, but nothing is done in writing as far as we needed to make sure something was done. And once they do that, well, you should have done this as well. The end user, which is the builder or contractor, et cetera, does not understand that. And every time they move the goalpost, it prolongs, which incurs, most people have loans put out on their buildings, et cetera. So what we're trying to do is trying to streamline it to where if a person presents a set of plans, actually I think it's 6 or 7 plans they have to show. Ms. Delaney told me that there is a portal that anybody could look at. I don't know if everybody is aware of that, but I believe the survey will tell the tale on how we could become efficient. That was part of the motion that's very important, is the survey, to hear feedback from the end user. That's where I'm going at, Mr. Williams. There's no attacks toward any department, just trying to find solutions on how we become efficient.
I got you. So I guess we're looking at the human aspect as to when somebody submits plans or what have you, and then somebody calls them back and tell them that they haven't done something or what have you. I don't mind supporting what you're asking, but we're asking them to write the process down and give it to the person and stick to the process. Is that what we're trying to do?
Once we give somebody what we expect as far as the government expects, as far as the guidelines set forth and requirements on any building, that's what we should hold to. But when we go outside of our wheelhouse and look at other issues, that becomes a problem.
Mm-hmm.
But
and
I believe the survey will tell its tale, Mr. Williams.
And I get what you're saying. I get people that call me from time to time, but what I usually do, I set up a meeting between them and Mr. Laney or Mr. Masters or what have you to get clarification.
Right.
Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
This has nothing to do directly with Mr. Laney or Marshall Masters. It's the whole concept, the whole process is what we need to fix.
Okay,
so what we feel we need to fix.
So are we asking, I mean, each department, and I'm just trying to get clarification, each department to come up with the process or write it down? Or
if you get all the department directors together, and including like how we spoke about 3 weeks ago when it came to code enforcement, they on one program and Marshall's is on a different program. Let's simplify it that we all on the same program as far as the computer program, et cetera, and the survey will help us.
I got you.
In anything else. That's basically.
I got you.
And it'll make us all look better from the departments to the employees.
Okay.
That's where it's at.
Interim administrator, you understand what's being asked? Or are you a little confused? Are you good?
No, Commissioner Williams, I am good. I understand. And I also wanted to remind the commission that the streamlining initiative was already tasked as a part of the right-sizing plan that this body directed the administrator to perform. So we are already looking at various processes in which we can streamline, and that information will be presented to you within the original 120-day timeframe that was given.
All right.
Okay. All right.
We're good.
Commissioner Mason.
Yeah, just one final question. Have we, or do we conduct any type of workshops with developers to show certain issues that come across on a routine basis or anything like that? Does anything like that occur?
I would say as of last year, Marshall, the last 2 years, he's coordinated several trainings for local inspectors and developers, and we've welcomed the engineers, and we hosted and we paid for it too. So we have brought experts from out of town and paid for that and opened it up to the community.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. If I can, I'll add a little bit to that, if I can. We've done the trainings last year, something a lot of you aren't aware of. I'm going to give a good deal for our department. Before COVID, we were doing trainings. We were doing it through a private account, if you will. And I was heading it up, but what we've done over a course of a few years, we've raised almost $55,000 for local charities, and we've given it all back. Nobody made any money. We gave it all back. It's Augusta Warrior Project, the Golden Harvest Food Bank, and the Humane Society. And they, pretty big deal. Hard to put on. We figured out a way to do it with a large number of people at a very low price. I think the DoubleTree was instrumental in what we were doing. They helped us. Georgia Power helped us. So large sum of money there. The goal was to get it to 100, but then COVID got in here. It kind of messed up the way we do business. We like to do it on a large scale and fill the room up. Everybody's getting credit hours. We're learning. Everybody's in. It's a good thing. So
yeah,
the department has done some wonderful things here.
Thank you for sharing that, and thank you for all y'all are doing. I got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
It's unanimous.
Ms. Bonner, if we can go to number 6, please.
Item number 6 is a motion to approve award of airfield electrical upgrade at Daniel Field Airport to TCA Electrical Contractors of Tifton, Georgia, in the amount of $1,004,490.
Congratulations, Ms. Becky Sheila. Tell us
Thank
about
you.
it.
Thank you. My name is Becky Sheely, and I'm the airport manager for the Daniel Field Airport. And this is a construction project that is funded by federal and state funding with a local match for an enterprise fund. So the local match would come from the Daniel Field Enterprise Fund, as well as some TIA funding that we are eligible for. The project itself is to replace the entire electrical system of the airfield itself. It's over 20 years old. We'll be replacing it and all of the cable structure that goes along with the lighting. The lighting includes the runway lights, the taxiway lights, as well as the airfield signage lights, which will be lit up internally. The current infrastructure that we have right now is antiquated, to say it best, and trying to get replacement parts is getting harder and harder, and our supply vendor has told us that it's going to get to the point where we're not going to be able to replace this stuff. So GDOT recognized this as a safety issue, and so this was the project that was on the tentative allocation for this year. And the bid opening was Tuesday a week ago, and TCA was the lowest bidder. So we are presenting this to you to approve TCA as the vendor to carry out this project.
Can I get a motion? I got a motion. Can I get a second? Got a motion and a second. Voting, please. Thank you, Ms. Sheely, for all you do.
Thank you. And Commissioner Franum, if I could have just a minute, I would like to say a few words about the people that made this happen, this project happen to where we are today. We're on a tight timeline to not lose the discretionary funds from the state at the GDOT Aviation Division level. And that being said, I would just like to ask that you allow me a minute of your time to acknowledge and commend those who were instrumental in getting this project to where we are today, and well on the way to the May 22nd contract between Augusta, Georgia and GDOT. A sincere thanks goes out to these people. I'd like to start with Dr. Malik, who worked tirelessly to get the Daniel Field TIA 2 funding in place to supplement this project for the local match. He is the reason that we have this lighting project today. In the procurement department, I'd like to acknowledge Ms. Nancy Williams, Ms. Tawana Scott, and Mr. Darrell White. They went above and beyond to make sure that the airport hit the critical target dates in order not to lose state discretionary funding. The emails and phone calls well beyond normal business hours were many, and I appreciate everything they did. In the compliance department, I'd like to acknowledge Ms. Phyllis Johnson and Dr. Yolanda Jackson. They had our backs when it came to the DBE. They worked with procurement to review and approve the compliance portion of this without delay. In the finance department, I'd like to acknowledge Ms. Nancy He and Mr. Tim Schroer. They understood the timeliness of this project and getting this before you today to meet GDOT's timeline. Nancy and Tim are always pleasant to work with, and I respect them greatly. The last two people I'd like to acknowledge are Ms. Rachel Mack in the legal department and Mr. Charles Jackson in the administrator's office. They were part of this incredible team to get the agenda item to Ms. Bonner's queue the Friday before Masters Week, as they realized I wasn't able to work on this Masters Week. The dedication of those I just mentioned to their job and to Augusta is noble. And I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank them publicly, and I thank you for allowing me to do so standing before you here today.
Thank you, Ms. Sheely, and thank you to all those that people mentioned. We have a lot of great employees in this government, so thank you for that. Agenda item number 4, Ms. Bonner.
And for the record, that motion carried unanimously. Item number 4, implement a temporary moratorium for apartments, townhomes, and mobile home parks.
Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Yes, I was wondering if I could have Mr. Laney come up.
Sure.
And this is only for the apartments and mobile homes parks. we're scratching the townhomes because that brings value to any area. Ms. Delaney, how hard would it be to put a moratorium in place to kind of put a halt on these apartments? We just had in Commissioner Lewis's district, mobile home park that tried to go up. Fortunately, they pulled it off the plan and zoning agenda yesterday, and I think they're going to reassess it and come back with something different. But as far as apartment complexes, I don't know what kind of value they bring to a city area where residential brick homes itself, townhomes, etc., would bring value, attract commercial. And tell me your thought process on this.
In regards to the moratorium, based on our research, if it's anything that exceeds 30 days, it needs to be done in the ordinance format. And if there is a desire for the Augusta Commission to do something longer than that, we would actually need to do the zoning regulations. We'd adhere to those, advertise the intent to establish a moratorium for 30 days or more. We'd have to do that at least 15 days prior to the meeting so that it would be well known to the public and people who may have applications in queue.
Okay. Commissioner Guilfoyle?
No, let me continue. Can you forward me the information on the process so I would know where to start next on my agenda item? So I could, is it going through the attorneys to come up with the ordinance?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what I'll do. And what I'll do is I'm going to ask to delete this item, and I'll come back with something different then.
Well, we've already discussed it, so I guess we'll receive it as information.
Okay.
Yeah. Can I get a second to that? All right, we got a motion and a second to receive.
Thank you, Mr. Lane.
Voting, please.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Public Services Committee. That concludes Public Services.
All right, I'd like to call public safety to order, please. Mrs. Bonner, any additions or deletions?
Yes, ma'am. We have a request for one addition.
Okay.
As per our addendum agenda, is to consider discuss the March 14, 2023 presentation from Best Friends Animal Society regarding an introduction of a new way to manage outdoor cats that is more effective and fiscally responsible than the current method of trapping and euthanizing.
Okay.
This requested by Mayor Pro Tem Brandon Garrett.
All right, well, okay. May I go ahead, though, and consent really quick, if it's okay, two of the items on this agenda?
Yes, ma'am, if you got a motion to that.
All right. Items 1 and 2, I'd like to consent if my colleagues don't mind.
So moved.
Okay, you got a motion and a second. Voting.
Well, okay.
Wait a minute.
Oh, no, that was addition. Okay, all right.
Are we good?
That should already been there. Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we got a motion and a second. Voting. Correct. Commissioner from the Mayor Pro Tem.
It's unanimous.
Okay. All right. So we're going to start with the presentation. Do we want to start with Mr. Richard Jones? Or do we want to?
He's coming.
Okay. All right. Come on up.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to first start out reference.
Will you state your name, please?
Richard Jones.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Address and,
I live at 2316 Tudor Drive, Augusta, Georgia.
all right, go ahead.
Reference the EMS service committee that the administrator, Ms. Doss, put together. I'd like to compliment her and that committee for a job that they are doing to try to make sure that we get the proper EMS coverage by Central. And I want to say that presentations was on YouTube, and if any of y'all missed them, you missed a good presentation. I want to thank the mayor for showing up to see how the process was being done, because it's very important that we have the people of Augusta covered for EMS services. I want to address 3 commissioners' comments they were making to the media. First, I'm going to start off with Mr. Garrett. In relation to having a contract with the EMS company, whether it's Central or any other, January 17th, the first contract was a bogus contract because it wasn't approved legally. So with that in mind, we are at the point where the state assigned the zone to Central EMS. And I just want to remind everyone that the service that Central is providing right now, it was dumped in their lap by Gold Cross. Number 2, Mr. Guilford mentioned to the media about Central stealing employees because they paying more money. Well, at the time, for last year and this year, I had always been addressing the commissioners about accountability of service. And I've heard from 2 people that said the people that was working for Gold Cross, they only had 3 ambulances running because people didn't feel they were being paid enough. Okay? Now, we're at the point where we are now with Central. Number 3, to Mr. Mason, at your town hall meeting, or no, at the meet you had with the media, you was wondering how it was going to be paid for. Well, I heard the mayor say at your town hall meeting, there's $66 million in the Splash Fund. I think some of that money to help pay for the services could come out of that. Okay. Is anyone here from Central? No one's here for Central. I can't address, I was going to have some items for them. But I also want to thank the IT department for making connections and working with the 9/11 director to help hopefully get the frequency adjustments that they need to do that is going to take a little while to get done. And recently I just talked to a RN retired nurse from Piedmont Emergency Room. And she told me, she worked there for over 30 plus years in the emergency room. And she told me that there is no slack time in the emergency room. And she said it even gets worse when it's a full moon. Mm. I mean, that's just what she told me. And I know this lady pretty decent, pretty well. She worked there for 30 years. She just recently retired. So if Central need to be aware that Augusta is, things happen and they're going to be busy. Mm. And that's all I have to say, sir. Ma'am.
Thank you. Any questions? Anybody want to ask any questions?
No, I got mine.
Okay. Mayor from the 10th.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Madam.
Excuse me. Mayor from the 10th. Oh, goodness gracious. No, go ahead, Commissioner Guilford.
Mr. Jones, I appreciate you bringing my name up. I am a steward of the taxpayers' dollars. I represent the city of Augusta as well as the residents. I do my job. I try to do it as best as I can. When it comes to where I see a company coming in and they taking employees from another company to benefit themselves, I do have a problem when they paying $2 to $5 more per hour. But that $2 to $5 more per hour is being put on us taxpayers' back. I don't think you understand that part of it. When you got 80 to 100 employees that you paying probably 10 to 12% more per hour, that 10 to 12% more per hour times 80 times 1,764 hours per year that your average person works, and then you put 10% on top of it, that comes out of our pockets. So yes, sir, I do have a problem when another company comes in and snatches employees out. But the people who does benefit from it, it's the same employees who work for GoCross now works for Central. So nothing changes. You change the name of the company. The employees are the same. And I appreciate you coming up here within a week and a half of Central taking over and priding them, which I don't have nothing bad to say about Central, but I appreciate you bringing up my name. And I'm going to say, if you're going to bring my name up, I will respond. Thank you.
And, excuse me, and I would like to say that people in any kind of job, which I've experienced it myself, if you can go somewhere where they're going to pay you more to do the same job, I think that's what the people are going to do. And when I hear from two residents of Richmond County that they told them they only had three ambulances running at the time when they met with Gold Cross ambulance paramedics at the emergency room.
Can you verify that for me, sir?
I can give you the person's names.
No, sir.
Okay.
I like to see it in black and white. If you're going to bring something out here on this floor, bring it out to where it's facts, not fiction.
Well, I know from experience, if I can get paid more to do the same job elsewhere, I think that's what I'm going to go. Where I can get paid
at what
more.
cost, sir?
Well, whatever it takes to get the job done.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Time. Okay, moving on to the addition.
Okay. Do we want to just receive this as information
Yeah,
with no
let's-
objection?
Yes, ma'am. No objection.
Okay. We'll now receive presentation from Best Friends Animal Society. And for the record, I'm assuming our addendum was received without objection, right? I didn't
that's
say
right.
anything. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Always.
All right.
All right.
Best Friends, Commissioner
Yes.
Garrett, do you want to?
Commissioner Garrett, since you put this on, do you want to speak? Go ahead.
I do. So we heard a little bit about this earlier from Mr. Cody, and I know when it made it to the full commission, there were some questions, and so I thought it'd be a good idea for her to come back and hopefully answer some of the questions that the commission had, so we can hopefully get this ordinance change in action, as well as understand a little bit better in regards to what exactly will be taking place in regards to the $50,000 that's part of this, as well as the additional services, and what this potentially could do for taking some burden off of our animal control.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
State your name and address.
My name is Carrie Ducote. I live at 1385 Mariah Trace in Auburn, Georgia. And I work with Best Friends Animal Society. We're a national animal welfare nonprofit. I was here just a couple weeks ago talking to everybody about community cat programming. And I'm not going to reiterate everything that I said before, but I'm very grateful to be back today to answer any questions you have. Thank you to Commissioner Garrett for having us back. I do just want to reiterate that trapping and euthanizing healthy outdoor cats is ineffective. Even the director of Augusta Animal Services agrees that the current method of handling outdoor cats has not been effective at reducing the population in the community, and it's also inhumane. In 2022, Augusta Animal Services euthanized 1,383 cats, and for comparison, Cobb, Gwinnett, Fulton, and DeKalb euthanized 380 cats combined in 2022. So the situation in Augusta Animal Services is very dire for cats, and it's also unusual compared to other metro counties in the state. I also want to point out that while it's inhumane for the cats, it's also inhumane for the city employees at Augusta Animal Services who are coming in every day and spending their time, a lot of their time, euthanizing cats. Based on the numbers we have from 2022, it's about 6 cats each day that the shelter staff is euthanizing, and this is a really difficult task for anybody to have to be responsible for euthanizing animals day in and day out. So when I talk about how this program, trapping and euthanizing cats, is inhumane, I don't just mean for the cats, I also mean for the city employees who we're working with, and we really want to improve their quality of life as well. I have been talking a lot with Allison Mayfield, who is the CEO of Humane Society of Northeast Georgia, and her and I have been communicating with James a good bit about how the structure of this program is going to look like. Right now, the plan would be for Augusta Animal Services, once the ordinances go through, to stop accepting healthy outdoor cats routinely, so not sending officers out, not accepting them over the counters. Instead, those calls would be referred to the Humane Society of Northeast Georgia, who has a local representative, Teddy, who will be responsible for following up on those calls, going out to the community, working with the constituents to make sure that the complaints are mitigated, making sure that people's needs are met, and then he'll also be responsible for trapping the cats and getting the cats to the Humane Society for surgery. Best Friends has already helped the Humane Society of Northeast Georgia purchase a mobile unit. The mobile unit will be staffed and operated by the Humane Society of Northeast Georgia. It will be in Augusta twice a week to do these surgeries. So I know last time I was here I talked about the $50,000 grant that we were planning on using for this, but we have increased that amount now with updated 2022 data from the shelter. It now looks like we're going to be spending about $150,000 on this program in addition to the funding that we've already spent. Best Friends has agreed to fund this program directly through the Humane Society of Northeast Georgia for 3 years, so there's no obligation for Augusta-Richmond County to take over funding of this program at any point. Best Friends and Humane Society of Northeast Georgia are going to be working directly with each other to make sure that this program is successful and make sure that we see funding for it long term. So again, I already introduced Allison from the Humane Society of Northeast Georgia, and then I introduced Teddy, who's our local representative here in Augusta. I also want to introduce Kelsey Gilmore-Futerall, who's from Best Friends Animal Society. She's the legislative attorney who has been working with your attorney, Rachel Mack, on rewriting the ordinances and making sure that they work with the rest of your ordinances that you have. Finally, I want to point out that community cat programs are more popular than euthanizing cats. As you can see, there's quite a few supporters here in person today, and you may have heard from some of them in the last few days. You have heard from at least 79 of your constituents in support of this program so far. I'd now like to ask everyone who's here to support the program to stand up. We are asking you to move forward with implementing a community cat program in Augusta, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have. Y'all can sit down. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and allow District 5 Commissioner Williams to speak.
First and foremost, Commissioner Bill Lockett, just wave your hand. How you doing, sir? Good to see you. Question for you, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
First of all, how does the program work?
So the way the program would work would, if somebody is in the community and they're feeding cats, like I hear that you feed cats, or somebody else is having an issue with cats, so you probably know better than anybody how these situations arise. You're not really waking up looking to feed cats. You just go out on your porch and there's a cat there and you start feeding them, and next thing you know, you have a handful of unsterilized cats. So we know over time those cats are really good at making more cats, and they can really cause issues for people. So whether you're somebody who's feeding the cats and you're getting overwhelmed with how good they are at reproducing, or whether you're somebody who's having an issue with your neighbor who's feeding cats, you can call Teddy, you can call the shelter, and the shelter will tell you to refer you to Teddy, and Teddy is going to either come out and give you a trap, come out and help you trap the cats if you're somebody who has mobility restrictions.
Yes, sir.
Do you want to come up, Teddy, and introduce yourself?
So,
Teddy?
so will we have just one guy for Augusta, or what?
We have one staff member, and this is Teddy. And in addition to that, we have some volunteers who will also be assisting us with things like trapping and transporting. They already have been doing TNR in the community for years, and they have a good idea of where the cats are, who supports them, who wants them there, who doesn't want them there. They already know all of this stuff. So we have one full-time employee here who's going to be handling this program and going to be negotiating the surgeries. And then we have a ton of volunteers who are also going to be helping us, as they have already helped us, with trapping and transporting and getting the cats in.
Okay, you made mention we're looking at a 3-year program, so will it be $150,000 each year or $150,000 one time?
It will be each year, at least. I don't know the exact funding going forward. As I mentioned right now, $70,000 of the funding that I mentioned was used to purchase the mobile vehicle. That's a one-time cost. I don't anticipate the funding being that much going forward, but we will have to fund at least part of a veterinary salary, plus all of the supplies that we need to continue to do the surgeries. It's hard for me to say exactly how much funding it's going to be year over year, but I can tell you that Alice and I have a really good relationship, and that we're going to continue to evaluate the funding needs, and that Best Friends is going to provide whatever funding is needed to Allison.
Okay, who's going to do the surgeries? You're going to hire a veterinarian to do the surgeries?
I'll refer to Allison.
Hey there, I'm Allison Mayfield. I live at 1060 Farmhouse Road in Gainesville, Georgia, and I also like to say Augusta is my hometown. So we already have 3 veterinarians on staff at the Humane Society of Northeast Georgia, and as we were discussing this situation here in Augusta, we have already discussed sending one of our veterinarians here 2 days a week on the mobile unit that we just purchased. I'd also like to say we started this program in Hall County 5 years ago, when at the time the situation was just as dire as it is here in Augusta, Richmond County. Our save rate for cats 5 years ago was at about 20%, and I'm happy to report that our save rate for cats last year was 92%.
Gotcha. I got a question for Mr. James Hill.
Come on up, Mr. Hill.
Okay, I forgot your name. I don't want to be disrespectful.
Oh, no worries. I'm Carrie, but you can call me, Karen, Caddy, whatever you want.
Okay, Mr. Hill, a question for her real quick. Okay. So this program is for 3 years. What about the longevity of the program after 3 years?
I think after 3 years, we can come back and have a conversation about how the program has been working and what it's meant for the staff, what it's meant for your budget, things like that, and then we can figure out what happens after that. Like I said, you're already spending money right now on trapping and housing and euthanizing the cats. You're not going to be doing any of that. We know these programs are going to save the county money, but you have no obligation to take it over. If you feel like after 3 years that this program is not working for you, and at that point we'll have more firm statistics on what the cost would be for you to take it over, then Allison and I can have a conversation with all of you at that point to figure out what we can do to continue the program.
Yeah, and because I forgot her name, the young lady behind you, yeah. She looks like she wants to say
So
something.
I just wanted to say, should there be no interest in the county taking it over after the 3 years, our organization is a strong organization. We've been around for 110 years. This is our 110th year in existence, and we have a very robust fundraising program that funds the one in Hall County now, and so it is a self-sustaining program now in Hall County.
Okay, Mr. Hill. Let's say after 3 years, they go away, but this is something that you want to sustain from the animal services point of view. What will it cost us? I think someone said something about veterinary assistance or something. What is it going to cost us to continue this program?
Yes, sir. Well, based on the information that I received from Ms. Ducote, we will be looking at, in today's dollars, about an additional maybe $300,000. It would be for a vet to do spays and neuters only for the cats. I think she mentioned 2 vet techs, and then one.
What do they pay?
I believe it was $100,000 for both of them.
100,000 each, or
Together is what I was told, what I was advised.
and then what else would you need?
And then the community cat coordinator, which is what Mr. Tripp here is
And you
is
pay
doing.
him
I believe around 60,000
About
is what it would be. Yes, sir.
Okay. And so to continue this program, we're looking at $300,000 from this.
I would say somewhere in that ballpark, around 300,000. Like I said, that's in today's dollars.
Do you have that in your budget?
Well, definitely not now. No, we definitely don't have that now.
I just have to say that I'm on the fence about this whole thing. And I do like cats. I feed cats every day. I get 2 or 3 come over to my house. They sit up on the car, and went out one day, and one was up in the engine of my truck. And when I crank the truck, I see the cat run out, and I'm like, what the heck? And the neighbor said, yeah, he came out of your truck. So, I don't know.
Well,
I'm good.
I do want to add, and I thank Mr. Cody for talking with me, and we kind of fleshed out some of the ideas and things for the program. I think operationally, it's a win situation for us operationally for animal control because it's less that we have to focus on with cats. We don't have to set traps for cats or anything like that. And just by the nature of the math, if we're not picking the cats up, then there's going to be less cats that we have to euthanize. I think my main concern would be the unintentional consequences for the citizens. With cats being spayed or neutered and brought back to the same location, it's going to seem like especially for a while until the program picks up, it's going to seem like the cats are just multiplying because they're just staying there. That right now the way that we operate, if we pick them up, although they may get euthanized, they're taken away from that location. And all the cats we pick up are not euthanized. Some of them get adopted, but some of them we just can't because we don't have the space to hold them. But that type of thing, and then unintentional consequences for wildlife and just people in general that don't like cats at all. That it seems like they could be forced to deal with a problem that they don't want to deal with. So that's just on that end, just me having a concern for the citizens. But as far as operationally, I think it's a positive for us.
Okay, I'm gonna go on and allow Commissioner Scott from District 9 to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just, on the last page of the community support, and you talked about 60% of the respondent from your survey. Was the survey done throughout Richmond County?
Yes. Well, it wasn't every resident. It was a sample of residents from Richmond County. And I can send you the entire survey results if you want to see all the questions we asked and everybody who was surveyed.
Okay, and I think Mr. Williams asked the other questions about how could we sustain this program if he started.
Yeah, and
I think because you collect, you bring the cats into animal service, and people are going to actually think that these cats are gone, and then they come back. And then that's going to be a problem. We're going to start getting called that the abundance of cats are coming back in. So if this program is approved, I think we need to do some very good public information prior to you even start the program, because I think it'll be a problem if you start, the cats leave, and then all of a sudden the cats come back. So I do have some concerns about that.
Sure.
Thank
you. Can I just address a couple of things, just based on what you were saying about the funding? I do want to point out that right now we're looking at about 40 cats a week who would need to have surgery. I do not think that you would need a full-time veterinarian and 2 techs to do 40 cats a week. I think that the funding to sustain the program would be much less than that, and you already have a veterinarian right now. I don't know in 3 years if the veterinarian position, I should say you have a veterinary position, I don't know if the veterinary position would be able to do 40 more cats a week, or if we'd have to outsource them. But my estimate for continuing the program would be closer probably to $50,000 to $60,000 a year, and that would just be the cost of surgery. I'm not sure you would need a full-time community cat program coordinator, but again, you have no obligation to take it over and run it the way that we've been running it. We can have a conversation in 3 years if you feel like the program has been going well, and just go back to the drawing board in terms of what this could look like and what makes sense for you. I don't want you to think that you have to take it over to the same scale that we're operating at.
All right, thank you for that. I'm going to go ahead to Mayor Pro Tem Garrett.
You have a question?
Okay, go ahead. Yes, ma'am. Go
Commissioner
ahead.
McKnight, if you don't mind, could you please have Ms. Ducote explain how the trapping would work with each of the residents? I want to make certain that that information is known to the commission as far as how that process would play out, as far as coming to Augusta Animal Services to obtain the trapping, returning the cat, so on and so forth. Can you explain that, please?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And in regards to what you were saying about making sure that we're not just surprising people with bringing the cats back, that's not in line with what we would do in this program. What we would see is people, usually the first contact with the shelter is to call. They usually call and say, you know, I'm feeding these cats, my neighbor's feeding these cats, they're peeing on my bushes, they're sleeping on my car, whatever sort of issues they're having with the cats. At that point, our recommendation would be for dispatch or whoever's answering the phone or talking to them over the counter to refer them directly to Teddy. Teddy will be able to follow up with them, figure out what's going on. He'll be able to do site visits. Like I said, he's local here in the community. He'll be able to talk to the people who are feeding the cats, people who are having issues with cats, provide them with whatever sort of solutions they need. And then the most important thing is he'll provide them with traps so that either he can do the trapping himself or they can trap the cats themselves. We'll get them on the schedule. Like we said, Allison's going to be here 2 days a week doing surgery. We'll make sure that the cats get in. They'll be sterilized, they'll be vaccinated, and then they'll be ear tipped so that we can see who's gone through the program and who hasn't from a distance. And then the cats will go back to where they have been living. A lot of times the problems that people are having with cats, the spraying, the yowling, the fighting, finding dead kittens in their yard, a lot of that stuff is resolved just by sterilizing the cats. But if there's a certain situation where the cat's nuisance behavior is not mitigated by sterilization alone, then there's a lot of other tools that we can use. And then I want to make sure to reiterate too that Mr. Hill and I have been talking a lot about there will always be certain situations where cats can't go back. Certain situations where the cats are sick or injured or they're not thriving or they're just behavior is so much of a nuisance that it just wouldn't be responsible to return them back to where they came from. And in those situations, we'll work with Mr. Hill to either find another home for the cat, like a barn home placement or something like that, or euthanasia may be on the table, especially if they're sick or injured. I just want to make it clear that every cat does not go back.
Anybody? Let me go ahead to, is that good, Mrs. Dowse? Okay, you're welcome. I'm going to go ahead to Mayor Pro Tem Garrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. I'd like to make a motion that we approve this ordinance change for this pilot period for 3 years and then review at that time for renewal and further discussion.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Huh?
You can second.
Well, I got a question.
Let me go ahead real quick. Can I let District 4 Commissioner Mason speak real quick?
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, for allowing me to speak. Question to our Animal Services Director. When you were here before, or I don't know if I was mistaken or what, I thought I heard you mention that you didn't think that this was a good program.
Well, I have my reservations about it, and I still do, based on the information that I stated as far as the unintentional consequences of it. But there's two sides to every coin. So as far as the operational point, yes, I understand. But as far as the side effects, unintended consequences of it, I'm still not in favor of that portion of it.
Okay, so yeah, you were confusing me with some of your statements. I didn't know if anybody else was confused up here or not. But the unintended consequences that you're referencing, can you let us know about that so we can get that on the record here? What are you referencing?
Well, as far as from doing my research with it, and actually from personal experience, because where I live at, we have a community cat program, and just noticing the number of cats seemed to increase actually. From the implementation of the program. Although it's early on, in the stage of it, which I think that's something that we agreed to early on. Is going to take time in order to see the numbers decrease. But initially, it seems like the cats increase. Also, there is concern about the wildlife. You have a lot of people who are interested in the conservation of wildlife and birds and things of that nature, and they are vehemently opposed to a TNR program. I've also seen from experience that places that implement the community cat program, sometimes they can be considered a dumping ground for cats because people will come and bring in there just dump cats off, which kind of artificially inflates the number of cats that are around. So you have those things, and then also let's just think numerically. So if you have two different neighborhoods, one that has a TNR, one that doesn't, if you have 20 cats that are picked up and euthanized, those 20 cats are gone. You may have some more that may sprinkle back in, but they're gone. They can't create a nuisance. If you have 20 cats in the other neighborhood that are spayed or neutered and brought back, then you still have 20 cats in the neighborhood. So those type of things are the pros and cons of implementing this type of program.
Okay, I appreciate that because I needed some clarification on to make sure I understood you from before and then now. So overall, where you're at right now, are you in support of this program? Yeah, he is on the spot. I mean, it's what he gets paid for.
It depends on what the end goal is.
Well, what is the end goal?
Well, I have to ask Mr. Ducote what the end goal is. I think if the end goal is just to reduce the number of intake and reduce the number of cats that are being euthanized, I'm for it. If that's the end goal.
Caddy, would you like to come on over and address what's been said so far?
Yeah, of course. So a couple things that you mentioned about wildlife, I just want to make sure I address that. Of course, we agree that outdoor cats do cause damage to native wildlife populations, but I think it's important to point out that there's no other solution to reduce the population in the community. I know you mentioned that in your specific neighborhood, and I'm not sure exactly the specifics, that you feel like the intake has gone up, or the number of cats has gone up, but consistently, and I have a chart in the presentation from last time from another county, we see intake at the shelter just plummet with a program like this, and we know that these programs decrease the population in the community. So I agree with a lot of wildlife advocates who say that outdoor cats are decimating native populations. There's no way to say that that's not true, but what we have to agree on also is that we want less cats, and this program is the only proven way for us to have fewer cats in the community, whereas what we have been doing, picking up the cats and euthanizing them, we know is not reducing their population in the community because, as you said, the cats that are there are able to reproduce at a rate that quickly replaces the ones that his officers are able to remove.
Okay.
And then in regards to the end goal,
right.
I want to make it very clear that Best Friends, Allison, Teddy, our goal across the board is just to support Mr. Hill in whatever he needs. So I don't want it to seem at all like this is our program that we're taking over. We are going to be managing it and funding it ourselves, but we will continue to have constant communication with Mr. Hill and Ms. Escala and the entire staff and make sure that everything that we're doing is in line with his goals. This is really a goal that we share. This is not something that only I want to do.
Okay, great. So just for my commission colleagues that's on this particular committee or colleagues, period, I'm going to need some additional time to process all of this so that I can make a good educated decision. So obviously it goes to the commission anyway, one way or the other, so we can do one of two things. We can go ahead and try to take a vote, or I can do a motion to forward to the commission without a recommendation at this time. And we've got to a substitute
we
motion.
We got to do a
Yes.
substitute. We've already got a motion on the floor.
He didn't get a proper second.
Who seconded that?
Nobody had seconded.
Well, you don't have a motion.
Yeah, not to my knowledge.
So we really don't have a motion. If
so we're going to go ahead. All right.
Put full commission.
All right, I'm going to make a substitute motion to forward to the full commission.
Mr.
Oh, did?
No, sir. It dies for lack of a second. So.
Oh,
okay.
The motion died for lack of a second.
All right. Go ahead.
Can I?
Yeah, let me go ahead real quick and give everybody.
Second.
Wait a minute. Did you want to speak?
I
do.
don't know, sir.
Time out.
Where are we?
I am. I'm
For
going to let
clarification.
Commissioner Franham speak real quick. Everybody else has been able to, so let's let him speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know there might be some angst to do something like this, but I know that we've had these conversations. I've been on this commission 8 years now. Hello again. Hey, how are you? And you know, we're elected by the people, and I can tell you, my phone has been blown up. Sorry I didn't respond to all your emails, but frankly, when you get that kind of response of support in the community with one person basically telling the story about the wildlife, as you just mentioned, as the naysayer, having the program being funded privately to where it's no tax dollars for 3 years. In 3 years, this government, I won't be here, but y'all can decide if it's not what it is, but I think the numbers speak for themselves and what I've heard, what I've researched. So I think that it's fine that we pull it to full commission, but understand that what we've been doing hasn't worked, and it's time that we take maybe it's a risk in some people's mind, but I think it's time that we move forward with something like this, just being how it's proposed, how they have all the assets and all the people there readily available to make this impact. So I'll be full in support next Tuesday, so no reason to email me. You'll have my support. But I look forward to the discussion. I hope the colleagues that are on the fence will just kind of look at the numbers and realize that this is something that's a 3-year term, and what they have lined up to do. I think it'll be an asset to the community. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, you're welcome. All right, we're going to take this and put it on for next week's agenda.
No, ma'am, we need a motion, Mr. Mason.
Well, go ahead.
I thought, okay.
Commissioner Mason.
Is this a motion or is this a substitute motion?
It's a motion.
I didn't hear from the clerk. Yeah, because I'm hearing people in my ear. So I'll make a motion that we move this to the full commission without a recommendation.
Second. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay.
Mr. Mason.
Yep.
There we go.
It's unanimous.
Okay. All right. That concludes public safety for today. Thank you. Thank you for all coming out.
Madam Clerk, I'm giving time to exit the chamber before we get started. I'm good. How you doing? Good seeing you.
She said she was waiting till they exit. Ms. Scott was waiting till them to exit. Goodness. My
Take care. All right.
Oh, okay.
Madam Clerk, I'd like to call
Yes,
it.
ma'am. Mm-hmm.
Madam Clerk, would like to call Administrative Service 2 to order.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have an additional or deletion?
No, ma'am, not at this. No.
All right. If it's all right with my colleagues on the committee, I would like to consent 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Have a motion. Can I get a second?
Second. I just have a quick question. Can we take off 11? I just have a quick question about it.
Okay.
I just didn't understand that.
What, number 11?
Remember that we approved the amount of money for the, we already did
Yeah.
that, didn't we?
Yeah.
Well, we-
No.
I need a
You gonna
second.
second it?
I'm sorry, I
Yeah,
thought it
you
was
asked
second.
the second
Second.
with pulling 11, right?
Pulling 11, but second everything
Yeah.
else.
Okay. Voting.
Ms. Scott, okay. That motion carries. It's unanimous with Mr. Johnson absent.
Okay. And if it's all right with the committee, I want to take number 4. Can I have? Can I combine number 4 and 14 together?
Okay. You ready for those to be called?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Item number 4 is a motion to approve Housing and Community Development's request to resume the farmers markets in partnership with the American Heart Association and Augusta Locally Grown in the Laney Walker, Bethlehem area. Item number 14 is to approve the Housing and Communities Development request to continue partnership with Growing Augusta to continue a farmers market within the South Augusta community.
Thank you. Madam Administrator.
Commissioner Scott, I wanted to bring to your attention that the attachments for item number 14 have been duplicated in error for item number 4. I'll make certain that the department updates that agenda item with the clerk for next week's commission meeting. And Director Welcher is available for any questions that you may have concerning either of those items.
Okay. That was my concern, the duplication of both of the agreements. Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Second. Voting.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. You had some concern about.
And number 11 is to receive as information on the emergency procurement of the emergency medical dispatch protocol system for the 911 Emergency Service Department in the amount of $127,204 from Priority Dispatch Corporation.
Okay, my question is, I thought we already approved, this has already been approved. Why is it on the agenda? Does it need to be deleted? An error?
No, sir. Last week it was added to the agenda in advance of the procurement documents being attached. You requested that it be added for discussion purposes. But now, in accordance with our procurement policies and procedures, it is brought before the commission as information only. So this item is appropriate.
This is just like the standard protocol we do?
Yes, sir.
Okay, motion approved.
Second. Voting.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, that ends administrative service. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mason.
I get it.
Late night.
Pardon me, Madam Clerk, I wasn't prepared for administrative services to be over so quick.
Okay.
I'm going to call engineering services to order. Is there any additions or deletions, Madam Clerk?
No, sir.
Thank you. Hearing none, I'm going to offer up a consent agenda of items 1, 2, and 4. Items 1, 2, and 4. And a deletion of item number 5.
Correct.
Motion to approve.
Item number 5, well, added as a deletion.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, to the consent.
I got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second here. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote by the normal sign. Mr. Garrett, did he?
Was that Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis, did you
is he-
make that motion? Because we have Mr. Mason, Ms. McKnight, Mr. Garrett, and Mr. Lewis, but I don't see. Did you make the motion, sir? I did. Okay, thank you.
He made it walk off.
It's unanimous.
All right, that motion is unanimous. We'll go directly to number 3, Madam Clerk.
Item number 3 is to approve the award of vacant lots cleaning and cutting services contract upon maintenance of Augusta, subject to receipt of signed contract and proper insurance documents. The contract is effective 1/1/2023 for 3 years with an option to renew for 2 additional 1 years. Also approved not to exceed $350,000 to fund the contract services.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mayor Pro Tem Garrett.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
We have some discussion. Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure that under this contract here with pond maintenance, and Ms. Sams, if you could come up, please. I have a question in relation. I see Dr. Malik is over here, but I think out of procurement, I think we had a discussion a couple of months ago on the out of compliance the things that Mr. Coleman was doing, and we want to make sure that in this new contract with pond maintenance that Mr. Coleman was still maintaining that out of compliance, and this wasn't put into that category as well. So either you or Dr. Malik, either one of y'all can answer that.
Thank you.
Okay, I think he said
Is
he
Ms. Sams, are you?
Ms. Sams, whichever one.
We have Ms. Sams at the podium. Is there something you want to say in reference to this?
About two different kinds of contracts. Is that right, Mr. Doctor? So the Coleman that you're talking about is not the same.
Okay. So in this right here, it does not include the out of compliance. It does not.
No, sir.
I just wanted to make
Okay.
sure.
Director Malik?
Okay.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. This is separate contract, just focus on the vacant lots.
Just vacant
Yeah.
lots. Okay, we're good. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, is there any further discussion? Did we have a motion and a second, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir, we do.
All right, commissioners vote by the usual sign.
It's unanimous.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
That's it, sir.
All right, engineering services is adjourned.
That's.
Madam Clerk, like to call finance to order. Is there any additions or deletions?
No, sir.
Awesome. Can we consent agenda item number 1? That's it, agenda item number 1. So here we go. Can I get a motion for agenda item number 1? Got a motion? Got a second? No, sir. It's Francine, Stacy, and myself.
Scratch, you need a
Yes, ma'am. Francine,
Second.
second.
That motion carries with Mr. Johnson out.
Before we go to item 2, let's go ahead to item number 3 so we could get staff back to work.
Item number 3, presentation of the December 31, 2022 preliminary financial reports.
Oh. It's like I don't have to sit here. You load that.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. All right, who's going to be doing the presentation? Tim or Donna?
Good afternoon.
Can you put the mic to you?
Yes, sir. All right. Good afternoon. For those of you that are still with us, we have our preliminary results from fiscal year end 2022 for you today. You received a package in your agenda which has the detailed reports. This is just a very short summary of some highlights that were contained in those reports, as well as the cover letter which was in that package, which does not translate well to being shown on the screen, but nonetheless we include it so that the public may have another stab at access to it as well. So today we start off with some good news. Some good news. And then a cautionary tale that the results that I'm presenting today are not the finalized results, because you will receive those when the audit is presented. So today's statements are unaudited, as we have closed at the end of 12/31. We are presenting some of the major individual funds as well as some additional information which are not major funds but are typically of interest and are usually included in our packet of reports, as well as our ever popular sales tax charts and a list of things that will be coming to you in the very near future. So today, the good news: the general fund as it stands at the end of 12/31 with our adjustments to date finished with a surplus revenue over expenditures of $4.8 million. That would add approximately 10 days worth of operations calculated at the current level of expenditures to our fund balance, which our fund balance was at the end of 12/31. The number of days operation was approximately 103. This would add approximately 10 to get us towards 113. With our fund balance policy that was most recently adopted in February, our goal is the range of 120 to 150. But in conjunction with that goal, our process would be to take 80% of our surplus from the prior year and to put it in our unassigned fund balance. The remaining 20% goes into a reserve for emergencies. So that would be the practice with this $4.8 million. Translating that into numbers, about 3.8 of the 4.8 would go to unassigned fund balance, and $1 million would go to the reserve that is designated for emergency use. Okay, fire protection. Finished with $2.3 million revenue over expenditures. That would add approximately 22 to 25 days of operations to their fund balance. Or, as I see the chief over there looking my way, it could provide funding for much needed fire machines. As you remember from some of our previous discussions, in SPLOST 8, there was no funding allotted for fire machines, so we have been scraping, and trying to come up with some different plans to fund those much needed machines and equipment. There was $3.5 million allotted out of the American Rescue Plan to help them out. But as you know, these machines don't last forever, and the other thing about them is they are very expensive. So it 2.3 million doesn't buy a whole lot, but it does help. The Water and Sewer Fund finished with revenue over expenditures a little over $10 million. Now that is mostly the results of operations. They had, in Wes's words, they had a good year. Water and Sewer, as is included in some of my other narrative, is they are trying to move a portion of their financial model from relying completely on bond issuances to being able to fund some of their smaller and ongoing projects through the generation of annual revenues to kind of stay out of the bond market quite as heavily. The bond market has been very good to us. As you know, interest rates for years have been at a traditional low, so it doesn't cost a whole lot to borrow money. But as your interest rates begin to rise, the cost of borrowing money becomes a little more, not prohibitive, but you have to think once or twice and make some hard decisions about how much you want to borrow, just like you would in your personal life. So trying to switch that model a little bit to rely more on your day-to-day generation of revenues, and to kind of keep your long-term debt at a more manageable level is a part of the model that we're using for them. Your garbage collection finished $1.9 million ahead revenue over expenditures. That is primarily due to the garbage collection services actual expenditures coming in about $1.2 million less than what they had budgeted to spend. So they also have a little under $475,000 in encumbrances, which will have to be paid for in this year, which will come out of that $1.9 million as well. So don't let your eyes get too big and get plans to spend all this money in one place, and I caution Dr. Malik to do the same. Augusta Regional Airport finished $12 million revenue ahead of expenditures. Now, most of that relates to their federal grants and the timing of revenue and expenditures. That is not from operational income. Their grant income is included in this number. Stormwater utilities, after year 7, $325,000 revenue over expenditures, and as you know, that money is reserved for that fund's use, and it is available to them to carry forward year to year to year to use as their needs arise. So TIA. This is not a major fund, but it's interesting information and makes my presentation have a little bit different slide than what you guys normally see. So the first phase of TIA finished after 10 years worth of collections. The information is there. So in 2011, the regional revenue was estimated to be 440, let me get my numbers straight here, $742 million. It actually finished up fairly close to that at 746. Augusta Richmond County collections, $378 million, and the actual was slightly below that projection at $363. The allocation of projects to discretionary was budgeted at 245 to 37. Still working through the projects. As you know, a lot of those projects are still ongoing, so the final number is yet to be determined. The allocation to discretionary was $37.8 million. Phase 2, the next 10-year phase, collections began in January of this year. Again, results aren't final, and the audit will be presented to you June the 30th, which is the state required deadline. Sales tax collections. Despite concerns about the economy, sales tax collections continue to be strong for us. The top line, the purple line, is 2022. That's $49.3 million. Last year it was 44.6. The average over the 5 years is 42.3. But what I found very interesting about this is if you look at 2018, 19, and 20, you can see all those kind of hover around the same amount. The average for those 3 years was about $39 million a year. 21 and 22 jumped to 44.6 and 49.3. The average of those 2 years is almost $47 million. So those 2 years drug the 5-year average on up to the 42, but we would hope to continue to see that our average continues to be higher and we stay within that 2021-22 range of collections, which helps our bottom line considerably. This is the past 3 years, month by month, each month in 2022. Now 2022 is the blue line on the left, the blue bar on the left. 2021 is the red one in the middle, and 2020 is the green one on the right-hand side of each grouping by month. So for each month in 2022, except July, the collections were higher than the same corresponding month in 2021. That's a pretty good indicator that your economy is doing well. And we in finance and you sitting up there should be really happy to see that blue bar exceeding the past couple of years. April and December, not surprisingly April, but December sometimes is kind of iffy. It depends on who has the big push, the Black Friday sales, and when those collections come in, and the timing of remittances from the merchants to the state. But we did see that December was a very strong month for us, both in 21 and in 22. This gets a little messy, but this is 5 years with the same type data. It's kind of interesting if you just want to go in there and do some trend analysis for yourself. So now that we've gotten through that, what do we have coming up? Well, we're closing in on the first quarter 2023 results. We should have that available to you the first committee cycle in May. We will be making some decisions about projects to be bonded under SPLOST 8 and the timing of those fairly soon. The 2022 audit results will be the end of June. Then, and this is pretty much our life. This is the cycle. We do audits, we do millage rates, and we do budgets, and we just cycle through them. So we'll do the audits in June. We will start the millage rate process in July, shortly after Mr. Roundtree and his staff gets us the digest so that we have that information to work with. And the 2024 budget process will start tail end of July, first part of August. The key to your package of reports, your narrative and your fund analysis is pages 1 through 4. Then you have the various individual reports for the corresponding funds on page 5 through 11. Sales tax information, which is pretty much the charts that I just showed you, are pages 12 and 14. And then your SPLOST reports, which shows all phases, all open projects in those phases. Be happy to answer any questions that you folks might have for me.
Don, I appreciate you doing this presentation. Hopefully we do have some new colleagues on the floor that they're going to be getting or waiting in on how the finance process is done, the budget and process. One question I do have under garbage collections is showing 1.9 mil. What about the landfill? I noticed that word was not put in there. How are we looking on the landfill?
The landfill is a separate fund. I have not included that in this packet. It's not a part of our regular package that we give you, but I can forward that information.
All right. If you would be kind enough to give the finance chairman, Jordan Johnson, a copy of what you just presented to us.
Yes,
so
right.
he would have a copy of it when he gets back.
Most certainly, and I'll pass the other fund through the clerk's office to you
All right.
guys.
Thank you. We got Mayor Johnson.
Yeah, Director Williams, thank you so much for compiling this information. I noticed most of it seems to focus around the income side of our business. Is there any way we can get a comparison on the expense side, how departments are performing to budget as we take a look at our financial position, how we're spending the money as well as how we're receiving it in any of your reports?
In your packet, the second half of the that was in your agenda packet, it is a revenue and expenditure report. It's consolidated expenditures. But yes, sir, as a matter of fact, the up-to-date information on all your general fund departments is available online at any given time, all item by item. But if there's a particular format that you would like to see, we'll be happy to provide you some additional information.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Second question regarding our general fund and number of days we have in a rainy day fund. The question was asked a few commission meetings ago as where those funds were deposited. Do we receive any type of interest income on that money?
Yes, sir.
We do? Yeah. Okay. All right. Is there any way we can get a reporting of that too? A statement just so we can see how our funds are, how our money is?
Most of our liquid investments, which is the majority, about 80 to 85% of our investments are liquid, and they're in the local government investment pool, which is administered by the state.
Mm-hmm.
That is currently earning 4.5. Where'd Tim? 4.58.
So that interest goes back into the fund as well?
Goes into the individual fund that owns the cash. We operate on something called consolidated cash.
Mm-hmm.
So every single fund has an amount of cash that is attributed to its own level of operations. Some of them stay positive through the years. Some of them that have cash flow that is weighted toward the end of the year, much like your garbage collection fund, which their income comes in one time a year on your tax bill. So they operate. They are fat and then they're lean right before collections come back in again. but any cash that is attributable to them earns interest. There is an allocation of interest earned back to the percentage of cash that fund owns. So every single fund that is segregated has ownership. Either they're earning interest or they are paying interest if they are in a cash deficit position.
Thank you. In addition to this annual report, can you also get us a statement so we can see how that fund performed, so we can have a record of it in addition to this? Okay.
Can get you some information on that. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We got Commissioner Williams, Bobby Williams.
Yes, sir. Just wanted to ask a couple of questions. How much money do we have in our rainy day fund?
I did days, 45 at the end plus 4.8. We're closing in on 50 million in general fund.
In the general fund, and then you said there was unassigned emergency fund. Can you give us an approximate amount of money that we have over there?
When I talk about fund balance, I talk about unassigned fund balance, and that typically is that $50 million that I just answered. Our reserve for losses, we named extraordinary losses or emergency occurrence in the general fund, was $4.5 million. It's either 4.5 or 4.7. Can't remember exactly, but we will add $1 million to that because of the division of the $4.8 million that we just described in our new fund balance policy.
Okay, you got we got $4.8 million, and you said we put so much in the general fund, 3.8, and then we put $1 million whatever in.
That would be the split. You've got your reserves are segregated for different uses within the general fund. Unassigned is the easiest when you guys and ladies come out of a legal session with a settlement that was unbudgeted. It more than likely comes out of your unassigned fund balance when you've depleted your contingency for the year. That's probably a little more information than you probably were looking for. But the unassigned fund balance is a whole bunch of accounting terms. They all have different names. There are actually about 5 or 6 different levels. But unassigned is exactly that. It is available for use at the direction of the commission. There is never a use of fund balance that has not gone through a commission approval process. That is not something that myself as finance director nor the administrator or anybody other than by vote of a governing body can use fund balance.
And I may have asked this, but in unassigned you said has about what in it?
And that's going to be close to about 50 million.
Just in general?
General fund.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it, Mr. Williams?
Yes, sir.
All right, we got Commissioner Pulliam.
Thank you, sir. Director Williams, you mentioned that for the Augusta Regional Airport, some of that was grant funding that was left over in there?
It's timing. Sometimes their federal grant money comes in, especially their American Rescue Plan Fund, and I'd ask Mr. Judon to be present, and he left.
He's in the back of the room.
He's hiding.
Mr. Judon, would you come up to the podium to explain this, please?
So some of that is timing. Those expenditures will be made, and it is mostly related to their grant revenue.
My question isn't necessarily directly to the airport. You don't need to come up, sir. Thank you so much, though. I really do appreciate it. My question is for the other departments, for general fund, fire protection, water and sewer. Are there any grant funds that are in those balances as well, or was it just for the airport?
There are some amounts that are consolidated into the general fund, but the effect on that $4.8 million was negligible. It was less than $200,000 that was consolidated in their revenue over expenditures. The fire department, I do not believe has any. His FEMA grant is in this year's budget, correct? That's what I thought. Okay. Do not believe that there are grant funds in there. You did not see a large movement in any of these funds that I have reported today that is due to grants other than the airport.
Are you able to provide, and I'm sure there's a breakdown somewhere where we can see the amount of grants that are given to each area on a yearly basis? Is there a breakdown of that can be provided?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Donna, I appreciate you coming before us. It's kind of like you having to have 33 different checkbooks in your position.
I wish it was just 33. We actually track approximately 65 to 70 separate funds. Our auditors don't get real happy about that, but a lot of them are special revenue funds, and that's the way you have to track them,
right.
Says the accounting book.
All right, interim administrator, you need to say anything?
I need to ask Director Williams a clarifying question in relation to what Commissioner Pulliam requested. I wanted to make certain that the information Commissioner Pulliam requested was not time sensitive, as it's going to take us some time to get you that information. So
it's not time sensitive.
Okay.
Administrator Dowse. Thank you so much for clarifying that. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes,
All right,
ma'am.
can I get a motion to receive this information from two of my ladies?
Second.
All right, we got motion and a second. Let's vote.
Thank you very much.
Thank y'all.
It's unanimous.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, let's go to agenda item number 2.
The moment we've been waiting for.
Item number 2, discuss conducting a forensic audit within our local government departments.
Ms. McKnight, this is your agenda item.
Okay, well, with all that being said, I want to thank Mrs. Donna Williams for the good news she gave us today. But I'm going to say this, I'm still going to push for forensic audit. And my former colleague, Commissioner Clark, and I pushed for this a year and a half ago. But after, a couple of weeks and talking to constituents and even people that aren't in my district, it's out there. Penalties left and right, as far as this IRS. And it seems like the plot keeps getting thicker. So I'm probably going to be the lone ranger on this. But I'm going to go ahead and ask, I'm going to make a motion, actually, and I probably won't get...
You cannot make a motion. You're not on this.
Oh, I can't? Oh, I thought, okay. Well, I can make it next week. I'll put it on the regular agenda. It'll be an item on there. But no, I just want to say that if I don't have support on this, I want people to understand that, hey, there are people pushing for this up here on this dais. And, yeah, we do need to have an audit, and we can start in the mayor's office from 2020 to 2022. That's a good start, but I plan on, excuse me? Okay.
Ms. Catherine, you got the floor.
All right, thank you. But that's where I say we need to start, and I've got reasons for why we need to start there. And if I need to give examples, I'll do it. My brother's keeper, storage unit, farewell party. My brother's keeper, we can start there in the mayor's department and randomly choose other departments to look into as to where all the money's going. We hear about why aren't roads paved and why aren't they resurfaced and why does the medians look like this and that? Well, let's find out. I'm not pointing fingers, but at the same time, I want to know where the daggum money is that we can't get things done. And so, hey, let's start in the mayor's department. That's fine, or I'm gonna say we start maybe in Parks and Recs. But I'm gonna bring a motion to the floor next week, and so I just want everybody to be aware.
What is your motion, so we could just, Madam Clerk, if you would listen to it?
May I read? You want me to go ahead and read it?
Let's see if anybody would be happy to make this motion.
Okay. All right, my motion is to call for a forensic audit at department level instead of entire city government. Each department should be done over the course of 2 years and randomly selected, starting with the mayor's office in the years of 2020, 2021, and 2022. And like I said, looking into his credit card, my brother's keeper, and some others. I'm not going to say that we need to, like departments such as risk management, clerk of commission, no, we don't need to look into those. But that's where I want to start, and that will be my motion for next week.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody want to make that motion on behalf? No? Commissioner Williams, you got the floor.
Yes, sir. I'm just baffled right now. We got a ex-mayor that's gone, and we're still trying to do an audit of his office. Matt, Donna Williams, will you come up, please?
You got.
If I may, I would like to speak to Donna Williams for a couple seconds.
Ms. Williams, approach the podium, please.
Sir.
Ms. Williams, just asking in general, if we tried to do an audit, forensic audit of the entire government, how much money is that going to cost us?
I have no idea, but it will be expensive. For comparison purposes, you remember Grovetown?
And
okay, so they paid $137,000 to do a 15-month audit of their water department, which only has 5,100 customers and a budget of $3.8 million. And it cost $137,000 to do that forensic audit.
okay, so if we tried to do all of our departments, you can multiply that times 10, 12.
Bigger.
So it'll probably cost us about $1 million or so trying to find a rat just crawling through a hole back on the back side of the building somewhere. Madam Administrator, did you have something?
Sir.
Excuse me, can I ask the administrator a question?
Madam Administrator.
Go ahead.
No, sir, I did not have anything in addition to what Ms. Williams just stated.
I got you. And I've been a member of many different organizations, some president, some vice president, some just a member. And each time that we have done a forensic audit, we were looking for something specific. From what I've heard, we're not looking for anything specific. We just want to do an audit, and hopefully we find a penny on the floor that's out of place. So I don't think that we need to do a forensic audit to find something that we don't know whether or not we're looking for something or what have you. This sounds like, and I'm going to say it because they don't care about me either, Augusta Press stuff. Isn't that right, Mr. Clark? I mean, so we're going to charge the government $1 million plus to look for a hole on the back side of the building that we don't know whether or not is there. I hope somebody understands what I'm saying. You know, if you brought me some real evidence about whether or not somebody's doing something wrong with the finance department or utilities department or the engineering department, if you brought something that we could point a finger at, I would vote it up. But right now, we just trying to do an audit to find something that we don't know whether or not is there. We don't have any information And then you talking about the brother's keeper. He ain't got it, but he didn't have but a couple $1,000 in there. So good gracious, we ain't talking about no real money. So
it's money.
You finished, Ms.
Yeah,
Williams?
you're right, but that ain't gonna get the street paved. Malik told me it takes about $1 million to do a half a mile of road, so that ain't what the money we're talking about.
What's the principle of the matter?
I got you, but we're good.
All right, thank you, Mr. Williams. Thank you, Catherine. Catherine actually stated and clarified the area, the mayor's office in the years of 2020, 2021, and 2022. Looking at credit cards, my brother's keepers, mayor's master reception, storage unit, and the farewell party. And then I guess it'll be going to other departments as well.
I have one more question, if I can.
Go ahead, Ms. Williams.
Ms. Williams, Donna Williams, if I may. All right.
Thank you for your respect, Mr. Williams.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ms. Williams, if we wanted to audit a credit card, do we need a forensic audit to do that, or could you do that through your department?
You could assign that through your internal audit contract. You could pursue it a number of different ways. A forensic audit typically is looking for fraud, and those results, when done by a certified individual with those credentials, can be used in a court of law. There are CPAs with certain credentials, which are, as I mentioned, Grovetown a few minutes ago. But yeah.
Yeah, but my question is, we could find a much simpler way to do that.
You could have a listing of, you could be provided with a listing of transactions, which essentially would either validate or support the level of expenditures. To be perfectly honest, I'm not sure what hasn't already been provided through numerous open records requests on some of those areas that were already mentioned. That's not to say that I know that all of them were covered, but we have responded to multiple open records requests concerning those areas that were mentioned. But we could certainly provide a listing of all transactions that were made, because that's how your financial statements are compiled. It is a summary of all the data that was applied against individual budgets. You have a budget number and you have an actual number, so you know how much was spent, and if you expand it far enough, you see the listing of transactions. What a forensic audit would do, it would trace each one of those transactions back to its original source document. That's the reason that those are typically more expensive and more time consuming. But it is only as good as the backup that was originally provided.
I got you. And my intention today is let dead dogs stay dead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. We got Commissioner McKnight, and then we'll have Pulliam after that. Commissioner Pulliam after that. McKnight.
Okay. I appreciate your comment, Mrs. Williams, but as I stated, I'm going to put it on the agenda next week, and I'll have a few other things to discuss as well. So thank you. Thank you to Commissioner from the 5th.
Commissioner Pulliam, let's wrap this up.
Thank you, Commissioner Guilfoyle. Director Williams, I have a couple questions for you, real brief. Okay. If we do perform the forensic audit, to your knowledge, would that mean that department spending would be shut down during that forensic audit?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so the operation of that department can still do everything that they were doing during a forensic audit. It doesn't stop anything in that department from happening.
Well, there's going to be some interruptions because there's going to be time consumed in providing information and, answering questions, et cetera. But it should not prohibit a department from continuing to operate.
You said should not, so is that 100% positive that it's not going to prohibit them from spending or working on capital projects or doing anything?
It's not going to shut down a department. It is going to impact their allocation of their resources, time, especially their financial personnel.
Yes, ma'am.
But no, ma'am, it would not shut down a department.
Okay, and you said that it could take, well, you said their audit in Grovetown took approximately 15 months. Is that right?
No, it covered 15 months.
Covered 15
months. I don't
months,
remember
okay.
exactly how long it took, but it only covered a 15-month time period for that one department that had 5,100 customer accounts. Their water department.
Mm-hmm.
But when you, it's kind of like what was already discussed here, when you start talking about doing a forensic audit, the way you would put out an RFP for that is you would describe where you are looking, what you are looking for, the time frame that is being looked at. It is a very specific set of circumstances normally. It is not just a generalization that you're going to go do a forensic audit of everything, and that's a mischaracterization, but it is typically a targeted exercise.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. We got Mayor Williams. Mayor.
Ms. Williams,
Mayor Johnson.
I've been told that neighboring agencies do periodic audits on departments just as a best practices rule to provide transparency and accountability. It may not be a forensic audit. Internal audit. Is that a better term than forensic?
It's a different term.
It's a different
It has
term.
entirely different goals. An internal audit is usually more process oriented, and to see if your internal controls are in place, to make sure that your person that is over example, but your person that is approving your time cards isn't the one that is cutting your payroll checks, that your person that is depositing your customer payments is not the one that is doing your your bank reconciliation. Your internal audit usually is geared a lot more towards improving your internal control processes.
Does that provide an accountability as to how we're expending tax dollars, in your opinion, the internal audit? Or is it more process driven?
It is more process driven. Anytime your financial statements always show you where you are spending the money. It will not provide an indication of whether or not that was the highest, whether you picked one project over another project and proceeded with it, if that was the highest and best use of those dollars. That is a decision that is made at that level, and then the people below, Dr. Malik, Wes, all the rest of us, then we follow those directives. So that, there are levels here where decisions are made. It is up to this body to allocate resources within the budget. Within my budget, I have some level of discretion as to where I spend those funds, whether I buy ink pens that cost $1 a piece or $3 a piece. That is, that's not a decision that would be validated one way or the other by any of these processes. So there always is some discretion about the highest and best use of taxpayer funds, and that's up for discussion on any given Tuesday.
And last question: outside of this annual audit that we do with our financials, is there any kind of auditing process that occurs at the department level? At any level outside of?
There are some funds that are available through the finance department budget for targeted internal audit. We typically we have an outside firm. Our internal audit process is done externally because we don't have those folks on staff. They are typically more geared to tracking petty cash Occasionally, we will have a request from a department to help them develop an internal control process but it is a very small amount of money for as many departments as there are here. So there is nothing that happens on an ongoing, recurring basis to do that. We have other control mechanisms as to keep departments from overspending their budget, et cetera. So we rely very heavily on controls that are in place through that mechanism, through going through our procurement procedures and other areas that are already available to us.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Matt.
Thank you.
Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you, Chairman. This question is for Ms. Williams. So, in regards to Commissioner McKnight's questions around the credit card usages that she's wanting to look at next week as part of her agenda item, I know that last year we put in some different parameters and new policy around credit card usages within each department, correct?
There was some additional training. Yes, you're right.
That was with a $5,000 limit per month.
I don't remember right off the top of my head, to tell you the truth. Ms. Sams pretty much has that policy, and I'll check with her and I'll get you an answer for that.
I'm pretty sure that's what we agreed to up here. And so, in regards to that, what kind of oversight is there after we put that new policy in place to prevent people from going over that $5,000 mark? Because I know once we did that, even within the previous mayor's office, there were still months when he was exceeding that, and so wasn't really a lot of repercussions, or even though there was a policy in place, there's not a whole lot anybody could do since he was an elected official, correct?
Elected official, keyword. Yes, sir. It's voluntary compliance a lot of times.
But I'm not sure that's what the intent was with the policy that we put in place.
Probably not.
So, in looking at that and knowing what took place after we attempted to put a policy in place, what can we do to make sure that these expenditures do not go over that, and who is really monitoring that month to month?
The P cards, we have two different things. There's a
We're not talking about P cards, we're talking about credit cards.
A P card, okay. There are only a few folks that have credit cards, and those I can provide a listing for them. We are not experiencing any anomalies in use of credit cards.
Since when?
2023.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Can anybody would like to make a motion, send this forward without a recommendation, or we got Ms. Pulliam, Ms. Francine, what you want to do with this? Either way, it's going to hit the main commission. Whether we do nothing or I can't make a motion. So it has to be to Ms. Pulliam or Ms. Francine. Forward with no recommendation, or all right, got a motion to move forward without a recommendation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, got a motion and a second. Let's move forward. Vote. Thank you, Ms. Williams. All right, we got one more, ladies and gentlemen.
Item number 4, discuss payments from the Augusta Library.
Commissioner Bobby Williams, this is your agenda item.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. So y'all put me on the library board. I'm doing my job. And I've been over there talking to Mr. Mitchell. The last library director talked with me, so come on up here, Mr. Mitchell, bring your folks. We approved giving, and Ms. Williams, I talked to her the other day, she beat me over the head with this. We gave them $500,000, and what Ms. Williams said, we should have instead of just giving them the 500,000, we should have said it should have gone towards the debt that the library owes. I think the library owes about 1.3 million. I think Mr. Mitchell made a payment of $100,000 sometime just lately. But guys, the problem is when we give the library a budget, all they do is turn around and give us the same money back to the city. The deficit is $1.3 million. We made the mistake. They had the smaller building. They went to a building that was 3-4 times larger with a much larger payment needed for that building each month. Mr. Mitchell gave me some figures yesterday. Can you give me those, if it's okay, Mr. Mayor?
Sure, may
I? Can you give me those figures real quick? You got a presentation you want to do? Is it okay for him to do the presentation, sir?
A presentation?
Yeah, he got a presentation.
I'll go directly to the figures. I'll go directly.
Natasha, can you?
He's going to do his 5 minutes.
Are you allowing it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But all we're doing is that when we give him 100,000, all he does is turn around and give us 100,000 back.
That's a wash.
So yeah, it's a wash. So all it is money that keeps circulating around, and I think the library has some things that it needs to do. I talked to Commissioner Garrett the other day, and he said, "Well, can they pay such out of this and that?" I think they're doing some of that at the same time. We need to take some of that, blame, because as a commission, we did not change their formulas as far as what their budget was, and they weren't able to keep up. I've talked to the administrator. I've talked to Donna Williams, and Donna Williams believes that going forward they need a plan so that if we help them get out of this mess, that they won't go back to being in the same mess. Are you ready, sir?
Yes, sir, I'm ready.
All right, I didn't know that he had a presentation. I just talked to him. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll try to go as fast as possible and conserve time. Again, I'm Emmanuel Sinclair Mitchell. I'm the new library director for Augusta Richmond County Public Library, and it is a pleasure to be here with you to go over this report. So as you're aware, we are a library system of 6 locations with a bookmobile. The objective of this meeting was, one, to actually explain the $1,312,000 deficit, our cost-saving measures, and the results of our cost-saving measures. Also, to give an idea of what it's actually needed for the library system to move forward. Why do we need additional funding? So, if you look, starting at 2011, looking at our funds, we remained flat for 2 years. Then in 2013, we had a decrease in funding, which stayed in place up until 2019. And 2019, we received an increase, probably about $150,000, which is 6% of our budget. And that remained in place until FY23, which was, we're really underfunded during that time period. As you can see, the former library was 35,000 square feet. The new library is 95,000 square feet. And to paint a very good picture for that, you can put the old library headquarters in the new library twice and still have 25,000 square feet to spare. All of that has to deal directly with utilities and costs, which were never added to the budget to assume that additional resource, the additional space. Just doing a month-to-month, a year-to-month comparisons of utility bills, going from April 6th of 2010, the utility bill, just the electric, was $4,453.45. That same next year, the same time in the new building, it was $20,301.50. That's a difference of $15,848.05 from 2010 to 2011. And remember, in 2013, we took a cut in budget. 1 year, that cost was $190,000. Over 12 years, it was $2,282,119.20. So what did the library do for cost-saving measures? We cut staff, we cut hours, we cut materials budget, we cut public programs, we cut maintenance down to the bare minimum, and online resources. And what does that look like? We cut essential positions, 24 as a matter of fact. Customer service, 3 librarians, 6 library assistant 3s, 2 office assistants, 6 senior librarians, 4 library assistant 2s, 3 library associates, and a custodian. That was all to remain within budget. And what does that look for hours and operations? Well, it was 15.5 hours a week, 62 hours a month, 744 hours a year. Our materials budget was cut by $40,000 a year. Our programming was cut by 76%. Our online resources were cut by a little over $30,000 yearly to remain within budget. And we still performed as one of the leading libraries within the state of Georgia, which I'm excited about, because if we can perform under budget, can you imagine what we can do on budget? And this is just a comparison of peer cities, and how we get peer cities for the library is through the Institute of Museums and Libraries, which is the federal government, and they gather data based upon the libraries in the different municipalities. So our 2 peer cities for Augusta is Forsyth and Clayton County. And I want to draw your attention to Clayton County, Forsyth, and their general budget. If you look at their general budget, they're way under us, but they were still able to give over $7 million to the library budget. As in 2022, we had $2,616,000. Populations are very close to the same. Clayton County has constantly grown, but they've pretty much set the standard for what the bare minimum is to operate a library. And all of these are libraries with 6 buildings. Then you go to 2023 and look, yes, I'm very grateful for our $300,000 increase, which was great. The $500,000 was not included in this because those were restricted funds based upon how they were given. So they could only be used for programming and improvements to the library system. But if you look again at Forsyth, their general fund was $186,000. I'm sorry, $186 million. Our general fund was $189 million. Forsyth gave $8 million to the library system. Clayton County remained at the baseline. I went even further and did a national peer city review, and these are all 6 library systems which are categorized as city number 12. This is the city of Des Moines. The city of Des Moines is about a little over 5,000 more population than what we actually have here. And you look at their general fund, look at our general fund, then you look at what they gave to operate their libraries. They pretty much set the standard. All right? So what is our plan for reducing this debt? One, we've already established a payment plan, and I'll get to that later. Create cost-saving measures. We're doing that on a daily basis. Conducting an annual audit. We have an annual audit that runs every year, and that's for internal and also internal processes, and also how we actually spend our money and what we spend our money on. Work with Augusta Richmond County to reduce our deficit. That's why I'm here. Establish a budget line for the library's payroll within Central Square. Central Square is a financial management system that Augusta Richmond County uses, and I'll get to that towards the end because we're already there. Develop a training for new library directors on how Augusta Richmond County conducts business. I'm not going anywhere, but I'm thinking 20, 30 years down the line, we really need to have something in place for the new person that comes in, that they don't have to go through the same pitfalls. All right, so if you look here, this is our payment plan. When I came in, I had to do an assessment. I got here, my first day was October 8th. I had to do an assessment of a $1.5 million deficit and how we were going to knock that down. The first thing was trying to figure out what was that deficit. That deficit was payroll. It was payroll. I don't know exactly how it happened, but I dealt with it. So the plan was that how we work with payroll is we use Augusta Richmond County payroll department that disperses checks to the library staff. And in return, we cut a check to the Augusta Richmond County for the cost of our payroll. For the months that we have 2 payroll periods, we make 3 payments. That's 1 from the back and dealing with the 2 current. For the months that we have 3 payrolls, we make 4 payments. That's for the current 3 and 1 from the back. And as you look here, we have, since my administration has been working diligently to work down this cost. That is the current cost now. It's 1.3. Just as of yesterday, we made a $120,000 payment to Augusta, which is great, but I think we can streamline this by, instead of Augusta Richmond County sending us a check for our budget, why not take some of that out and put it in that budget line? We already have a budget line in Central Square because it's showing on the worksheet. Why not put that money in that budget line and draw down from that from payroll, instead of using antiquated ways of mailing us a check, us printing a check, and then sending it back to you? We could eradicate that from ever happening again with a deficit if we just added that money to that budget line.
Let me jump in here real quick. Mr. Vice Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Finance. We want to come up with a solution, whether we as a commission, we give finance a directive and say just wipe out the deficit for $1.3 million, or something else. What I'd like for the finance, whatever, to do is to either make a motion or give a directive for the administrator, Ms. Donna Williams, the library director, to sit down together, Madam Administrator. Would you be able to do that by the next meeting, or would you need 30 days or 60 days to do that? What do you think?
At least 2 weeks, but 2 weeks would put us at the next, it would put us at another committee cycle. So are you wanting this to come back to committee, or would you want it to go to full commission with my recommendation?
And that's fine if we come back to committee, because we want to talk about it or what have you. But I want some kind of decision, something moving forward. I don't know if you want to add monies to his budget. I don't know if you want to come back with a recommendation that we get rid of the entire deficit. But as he said, you move from a building that was 35,000 feet to 95,000 feet, and then we decreased the budget, and so we did the library system a disservice. So I don't know if enough people are up here feeling bad enough that we get rid of the whole 1.3, or we get rid of half of it or a quarter of it. But for him to have to write a check for $120,000 to give to the city of Augusta, and then we're going to turn around and give it right back to him during the budget process, and it's just going to be money recycled. And that's all we're doing, recycling money. When we give them money, they give it back to us. And they're trying to pay off, I don't know how you take that and you slice a little bit off his deficit. But that's my recommendation, Mr. Vice Chairman. Let these folks get together, come back with something that we all can live with. And she's saying at least 2 weeks.
I'd like to ask a question to the new library director. As far as the funding comes, I see you showed local funding, But you have other sources of funding from the state and from the federal level.
We receive grants from the federal level, and what we receive from the state is 19%.
All right, how do we get the state involved? Because it shouldn't be the burden of us every time to keep having to either wash or pay up.
Well,
I'm asking that question.
Well, the state is involved at 19%, and that is a standard that they're giving to all library systems throughout the state.
All right, what about on the federal level?
The federal level, all we get are grants, and we have to apply for those.
So the burden falls on us?
Yes.
No. I'm sorry, but no, there's got to be some kind of other solution. We should have some representatives from the state, federal level that we could reach out to as well to try to help relieve some of this burden. It'd be hard to wash 1.3. It's the way I'm looking at it. I don't have a problem doing anything for the library like I have done in the past, but we're going to have to proceed with caution because what we're fixing to face here in this next year, we just got to be careful. But why don't we put a motion to, if you would, on this presentation, would you forward it to Ms. Bonner so she could disseminate it amongst the commissioners as well as the mayor so we could look at it and put it on the next committee cycle? Would you have a problem with that, sir?
Sure, I'll forward it.
That way what you presented us is a lot of information within 7 minutes. A lot to absorb. You know, you put it together, we have it. So, Mr. Williams, would that work?
Yeah, and we're gonna put these folks together and they come back next committee cycle.
Would you have time, Administrator?
Yes.
Great. Would one of the Ms. Francine or Ms. Pulliam like to make a motion?
Yes, sir. I'll make the motion, but I also want some solution coming back too, because every time the library service come up, we kick the can. I'm sorry, kick the can down the road. So hopefully, when you all come together, and I believe it was the administrator, Mr. Mitchell, and who else need to be in the meeting to come together?
Finance director.
Finance come in. Come back with a solution at our next committee cycle.
One other point over.
Yes, Mr. Williams.
I have my board president and my board vice president with me.
Do y'all have anything you need to say? You good?
I'm good. I think he said enough. We claim ourselves to be
All
the
right.
second largest city.
Got a motion? Do we have a second? You're not.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Let's vote. I would like to thank the Finance Committee for staying and discussing. We had some good discussion today, and y'all enjoy your week.
That motion carries.
Meeting finance is adjourned. Thank y'all.